Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is day 2 of the Alpha to Omega series. So what I think my plan is I'm going to do a stream every day for the first 7 days. That way we get every step along the way of the, what's it called?
How are you feeling,
The
pilot?
road to set sail. If it'll pull up.
How are you feeling, pilot?
There we are. So this is our kind of goals for today, just to quickly get through all this, get us some experience for it. And that's why I also wanted to do all of these days in a row. First thing we're going to do is grab all of our free stuff for the day. I have gone through and put my characters in my alt corp. That way they can start getting experience from the corporation mission that we have under our encounter tab. So for every so many days in a corporation, we will be given a amount of SP to put toward our skills. And this goes all the way out to 30 days. It is a really good thing for a new player. Even if you can just get into a corp to get this stuff, it's not the greatest to leave that corp and join corps all the time. But it is a good way to experience what a corp is like and just get to know people. Since I already have my own corp, I am just using that corp for this reason. And also because my personal corp, it has a 5% tax. So everything I do with all of my alts, 5% of that will go into the corp wallet. And eventually I may do something with that for all of my alts. So nothing new here. Everything else is pretty much the same as what it was. Let's go ahead and head into our event tab. That way we can get our free stuff for the day. Today we got a skin box. And then we will also make sure we grab the daily thing. I'm trying to figure out how to pull that up real quick. I think it's under store right now. I'm not sure why it didn't pull up immediately. But it should be under daily special. No. I can't remember what it was called. I know it was like daily something. There we are. Got it. So we'll get our free item here. Yeah, I don't have the thing selected, so I'm not sure why it just didn't show up. So we're going to be looking at a couple of upgrades today. I want to upgrade these civilian hobgoblins up to level 3. Hey, Azim, how you doing? And then I also want to replace these rifled railguns with small missiles because I really don't care about the tracking bonus for the railguns on this, and I'll have longer range to sit at with the Tristan. Happy New Year, Azim. It is 2025. How you doing? So let's go ahead and head to the market and get us some upgraded drones. Drones. Since frigates can only fly small drones currently, we will be picking up the Mark III hobgoblins, which are a significant upgrade over our civilian hobgoblins. The civilian ones we have right now are doing about 3 DPS. The Mark IIIs are doing 9 DPS. This is almost triple what our current DPS is going to be. So let's go ahead and buy a couple of these. And I really should consider buying a third one, but I'll wait on that. Yeah, we're starting up the Alpha to Omega series and just working our way through. We did day 1 yesterday and went through all the tutorials and stuff. That was a grind, I tell ya. That was a little over 3 hours of just tutorial missions. I'm gonna turn off all of the excess notifications here. So if you ever buy something and you don't know where it went, one of those ways you can check on that is through the notification tab. You'll see here that when you select on that, it will bring you to the personal assets, which will then allow you to come to it and hit set destination, and it will autopilot you there. The other way is just to go through your inventory and go to personal assets that way. And it should always show up. It may be delayed a little bit between when you buy it and when it shows up, but it will show up.
Undocking.
I got a question for you, Azim. Actually, a couple of
Warp
questions.
drive active.
We've got quite a few different options for ships to go down. Of course, we've got the limitations of an alpha pilot, which means we don't have access to advanced skills or expert skills, but we still have the availability to fly some of the ships that require those. I wonder if it would be worth moving into a Worm, a Gila, or just going into like a battle cruiser or stay with a cruiser that we actually have skills for. Because I know the battle cruiser is going to have the highest DPS out of all of them, but the Gila is going to have the most tank, I believe. Alright, so we're here. in Gina to pick up some of our stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and swap in my Mark III Hobgoblins, and I'm going to put these civilian ones in my drone bay for backups in case I ever need to. And you can see here we've already gone from 49 DPS up to 66. So upgrading your weapon systems to a higher tier is always a good idea, but you don't want to go so crazy on it that it's worth like triple your ship's cost. Unless you're really looking to do that. Okay, and then I will also, while I'm in Gina, I will pick up some missiles. Like I said, I really don't care about the railgun bonus on this particular Tristan, since we are trying to focus on missiles and drones for this. Yeah, I definitely agree there, but with the Gila, you'll be able to get more skills for it, I think, because it's all cruiser-based skills. I don't remember how many of the battlecruiser skills you can actually end up with. But I do know that the battlecruiser is going to have better DPS. But that 200% whatever drone damage is going to be so nice on the Gila. I don't know. We'll have to see when we get there. Maybe we just see how far this is going to take us and if we even need to go down that path. I definitely agree that the battle cruiser is a really good option since it is less expensive. High slots. High slots. Gosh, we really need more, like, drone-styled ships in this game for frigates. Having only 2 ships that are frigate that can use drones is kinda sad. Alright. Let's go ahead and swap out to the Mark III missiles. Yeah, definitely the IP is important to a pilot. Insurance points being less expensive and being able to replace your ship at a reasonable cost to you is so much better to have. And remember, EVE Online's #1 rule, or EVE Echo's #1 rule as well, is do not fly what you cannot afford to replace. Unless you're me, and then you just don't put it in a position to get lost. Alright, so we're at 62 DPS. We lost a little bit of DPS by going to the missiles because we're not skilled in it, but we're gonna fix that here in just a moment. So we're gonna go ahead and go into our skill tree. You'll notice we stopped gaining skills because as an alpha pilot, you will not gain skill points out of game if you're not training something. So always try to keep your Q trained. I wanted to go to encounters, pull this up so we can get our skill points. Yep, good skill points. Nice. We're going to use all of these skill points to train into missiles a little bit. So let's go ahead and go to our weapon technology. Find the missile tab. And you can see we do have 2 levels in missile torpedo operation, which will increase our damage. But operation is also extremely important. It'll give you better range on your missiles and better damage as well. So try to max out whatever weapon system you're interested in the most. All of the weapon systems are very viable. Every single one is capable of doing all the content in the game, but each one has its unique quirks and downsides. So find what you like and find something that you find fun, and go from there. My personal experience is I have used every single weapon system in the game, except for some of the extraordinarily high-end weapon systems, such as the heavy fighters, which are only found on super carriers. You're a long way off from that, so don't worry too much. But out of all the weapon systems, missiles have been my favorite because I find them the most reliable in PvE environments. And I don't have to worry so much about what they're doing in a PvE environment. Hey, Fog, how you doing? Good to see you. Happy New Year. So I think what we'll do is we'll get our missiles up one more level here. And then we will look at upgrading our drones skills. So we're going to go ahead and purchase the skill. The drone upgrade skill is particularly what I'm looking for since we are focusing pretty heavily on drones. I am doing good. It's good to see the new year, given how rough it started, but I'm glad 2024 is behind us. Go ahead and use these skill points to expedite what we're doing here. And then we shall go to our drone skills. And we will add as many levels of small drone upgrade as we can have, which in this case is 4 levels, until we get through the skill queue a little bit, and we can put in level 5. As an alpha pilot, you want to try to max out whatever weapon system and skills you have available to you, but start with stuff that you are interested in, and then branch off from there if you find yourself wanting to try something else. Alright, all the rest of our skill points we gain from our corporation joining, we will put toward all of these skills. And that should allow us to put our last level 5 operation in here. Let's see if we can get both in here. Yes. Okay. Cool. This way we won't have to worry about what we're training right now. We just want something training so we're gaining skill points as we go. Once we get our skill point bonus for tomorrow, also today, we will be given another 50,000 skill points, which we will put toward our frigate and destroyer skills, because we're going to start working toward a Dragoon as our next ship. So let's see where we're sitting now. We've got about 32,000 ISK, a ship that has a range of about 15 kilometers, and some drones that will be highly reliable compared to yesterday. And they have a range of 24 kilometers. You can find the drone range and the weapon range at the bottom of their respective tabs if you just tap and hold. And we are going to keep a web of fire on these ships for the event that we get tracked down by a NPC frigate, and we can just hold them in place and let everything do its job. I'm debating whether or not we keep the reactive armor hardeners on the Tristans, because it would be much more valuable to me to put a drone damage amplifier on here so I can boost the DPS of my hobgoblins here. But we shall look at that once we start doing some missions and stuff. Let's have a look at our road to set sail again, just real quick, and see what we need to do today. So we need to check the advanced tutorial, save a location once, check out the skill queue, and compare ships on the ship tree page. Alright, that's not too bad. Okay, so just by hitting our skills, from setting the skills to go, it has given us that achievement there. And that one must have already been given to us. Okay, let's go to our ship tree, which you'll find by selecting your character, and it's down here at the bottom. And let's just compare two random ships, because why not? Actually, you know what we should do? We should compare... It won't matter to us, but we should compare the Dragoon and the Algos. If you're looking to get into a destroyer really cheap, the Algos trainer on the market is about 250,000 right now. Normally they're anywhere between 300 and 400,000. So that's a really cheap way to get into a drone destroyer. and start having some success that way. Oh, and I keep doing this. I forget you have to hit down here to go back to the tree itself. Okay, we're going to pull these two up. So these would be our options for the next ship that we're going to go for. The reason I chose not to go for the Algos is because I have no use for the Warp Disruptors. Warp Disruptors are a weapon system that locks down enemy targets and allows you to more easily kill them so they don't run away if you are a pirate. It does not matter to an NPC ship. They do have really good bonuses on here, so that's why we would move up to a destroyer over our current situation. The Dragoon does have a bonus to the Nosferatu, which will help us become capacitor stable, and allow us to run our repair modules constantly. Okay. Add. Hit tree. Okay. Our next thing was the advanced tutorials page.
How are you feeling, pilot?
Advanced tutorials. Okay. So that was almost all of the objectives here. So the next thing we're going to do is undock and do our save a location. You can do this from the star tree, the star map as well, but it is just easier to come out here, select this little icon here, and save current location. Actually, I am in Gina, which means I do actually need to do that. Okay. So I'm gonna go in Gina so I can hit save location.
Request accepted.
Okay. So that should complete all of our
How are you feeling, pilot?
road to set sail tutorials. What am I missing here? I guess I didn't check it on this character, so none of them actually came up. So let me just do all that again real quick. You can only accept most rewards from inside a station.
How are you feeling, pilot?
And make sure when you're doing these road to set sails, you open it up and actually look at the things. Before you go and actually do them. There we go. Ship tree. Did you guys see that in the tutorial page yesterday, it actually talked about Titans in there? They updated the tutorial language a little bit. Alright. So I have to check out the advanced page. And then, what was the last item? Skill queue. Okay, there we go. Now all of our road to set sails are done for the day. Very nice and easy, very easy day. When we complete that, we will be given an option of one of 4 ships. Our interest here is going to be the Vexor Trader as a cruiser that we will start with. And that will allow us to do a whole lot more stuff that we couldn't do with the destroyer or the frigate. Alright. I think it's time to do some encounters. So encounters are short missions with different waves. I personally like to remove Lowsec, since I'm not intending to go out at Lowsec with a Tristan. Not quite yet. And then I am also looking to remove mining, investigation, and transport. Investigation you could keep, because most of the time it's just go to a system, scan it, and free ISK. And that's a very easy way to get some cash if you need it right away. And that will now tailor our missions to be just missions that we are fighting. As a new pilot, you want to make sure you are upgrading your mission tier as you go along. So right now we are on the normal tier. We are currently Tech 4. And that will give us some better mission reward. Alright, let's see what we've got here. Let's go ahead and head to perimeter.
Autopilot engaged. Undocking.
I think depending on how much we end up making from
Warp drive active.
today, we could be looking at getting into a Dragoon pretty early on. It is going to cost a few million, and we do need 3 of them, since we are multi-boxing currently. There is only 1 on the market right now. So we might be stuck with the Algos if we get there and we have no choice. I prefer having the Dragoon just because the bonuses are better for us. Oop. Don't want to dock. Alright. We have everybody here in the same place. And so in perimeter, if you reset these missions, you will get missions for a system named Farrant. Farrant is a very good system for us because when we go there and we complete the missions there, we can reset in that system and get missions in our home system, perimeter. Looks like I've got a couple of missions. Oh, we've got a story mission here in system. I can't remember how difficult these missions were for a Tristan. But at 24 kilometers, I doubt it'll be a problem. Let's just see how they perform normally first. See if we need to actually stay at max range or not. Yeah, absolutely. You really want to be trying to stay within the system as much as possible so you are getting the most benefit from a bounty tick. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. Travel time in between missions does affect your bounty tick quite heavily. Fleet warp to... We're going to start at our sort of maximum range for our warping. That way we're not just sitting in the middle of a group of enemies. And we're going to set our orbit to like 13.
We're under attack.
I probably should have done this before I started. But that's okay. Alright. So from here it should be pretty easy. Just go and keep an eye on your armor and your shield. Make sure that your ships are moving at all times. In a frigate, you do not want to be stopped ever. If you are slowed down, stopped, whatever, you need to find out what is doing that to you and kill it, or warp out before it can affect you any further. These Tristans are armor-tanked ships, and so a lot of what they'll be doing is just ignoring that first bar of health until it gets into that second bar. That second bar is where it is important to make sure you are paying the most attention, so you can maintain your health. You'll notice here I am being webbed by something nearby. I believe it is the Griffin. So let me go ahead and put a web on him and swap everyone over to him so I can kill it. Like I said, this is not a worry for this one ship to be taking damage. We're just going to start up our repairer just in case. Seems like it didn't matter too much. We are definitely okay. We are an armor-tanked ship. Armor repairs work a little differently than shield boosters. Shield boosters, you will get the health at the beginning of your cycle. One cycle is that bar going around the object.
Enemy ships detected.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Let's get everyone focusing on this cormorant here. We've taken some damage again. But we're just gonna heal it up. Not really sure what's doing the damage to me right now. It might be this Griffin, it might be the Cormorant,
We're under attack.
but so long as we have a decent speed and we are constantly moving, we should just be able to heal fine. These particular enemies are going to be a little difficult for our reactive armor hardener to work with because they are dealing every single damage type in the game at the moment. So it's giving us the least amount of bonus to whatever we're being hit by. We will get more resistance if we have less damage types affecting us. Alright, that wasn't too bad. This one. And we'll start again at like 24, 26.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
What do you think? You think we could actually do that story mission? Maybe at like maximum range? I don't know. Is there even an elite ship at Tech 4 for story missions in HiSec? I don't remember them being difficult to do. So I don't know. Well, with drone ships, they have this weird want to just not throw their drones out and... Hey, I need to speed things up here. They have this weird want to not put their drones out, so just keep them separated and activate them if they seem to be doing nothing. They've got that little circle symbol like that. When you see that circle symbol, they are either in transit to an enemy, between enemies, or they're just sitting there next to you doing nothing. In this case, they are not attacking because I am still out of range. But we're just gonna go ahead and make sure we get within range for our drones to do so.
Enemy ships detected.
Focus on just getting this cormorant taken care of. Once again, drones are just sitting there doing nothing, so make sure they go out. And always keep an eye on your health. All it takes is a couple of seconds and a frigate could be destroyed very easily. So just be aware of what you are working with and against. If you see like the yellow box around an enemy, that means that particular enemy is switching targets to whatever it's going to lock onto and attack.
Enemy ships detected.
Okay, we're a bit far away here. Actually, focus fire on that. Focus fire on that. Focus fire on that. Okay. As we get better skills, we're gonna have more shield, more armor, more capacitor, more damage, more speed. And so things will get much easier as you get more skill points. Yep. As a multi-boxer, you're going to be able to do things that a single player will be very slow to do, because you're doing, in my case, this is doing triple the damage, the DPS that one ship would be capable of. So instead of the 65 damage, I'm doing, almost 200 between all three of them, which allows me to clear out these waves just that little bit faster. Like, let's just try it. See if we lose a ship, you know? The game thrives on risk and reward. So the riskier you go, the more reward you will get to a point. You can be way too risky and get no reward. So try to be careful doing that. On missions like For Patriotism, which is considered a story mission, you will notice a story mission by its significantly higher reward than other missions of its type. And it'll tell you what it's recommended to have, Tech 5 Cruiser. Yeah, we're gonna try to do that in a Tech 0 frigate. I know the Kestrel is capable of doing this mission. So, and I was running that solo. I don't know if they've been updated this mission, but I'm gonna try to have these ships orbit at like maximum range or close to it. That way I just have a better chance of not getting absolutely yeeted right away. Okay. And we're gonna be looking for certain ships in particular. Those ships will be labeled as an elite ship. Those were the ones we want to kill very first if it's a frigate. If it's a cruiser, it's not too big of a problem. Okay. 4 ships. Not bad. And we're gonna focus fire on the fastest ship here, which will be the Cormorant.
We're under attack.
Okay, Something is attacking someone now.
We're under attack.
You'll notice which ship is being attacked, particularly in missions, because all of the symbols down here will be going crazy. This might take us a little bit to get through this mission. It is particularly daunting at times. But we just want our drones to do all the work here. Most ships at this tech range will have a range of 20 to 30 kilometers. So we are just within their damage range, but that is not a problem. We just need to keep an eye on what's going on and go from there. 22, 23. Let's just make sure we're trying to attack the same target, so all of our DPS is active on the same target. If we get in trouble, we do have our safe set, so we can just jump out as quick as possible without having to worry. Yep, all three of them are attacking the same ship, which is what we want. Like I said, the faster we are going here, the better off we will be. Most of these enemies here in perimeter will be firing missiles. Missiles are really good for trying to deal damage at a set range, but they struggle with fast-moving objects. In this case, we are being attacked by a Caracal with medium rapids, it seems, which are better application against ships like us. But because we are going almost 1,000 meters a second without skills, we're going to be okay. All we can do is just keep dealing damage as we go. And now that we have all of our ships active, we should be fine. It does take quite a while to get through ships when you only have like 40 DPS on your ship. Because I'm just not quite willing to get within that 14 kilometer range. Go ahead and heal that up real quick. And we're just going to pulse the repair as needed. So what I'm trying to do is keep an eye on how often my ship is being attacked, and then start up the repair when I feel it's about that time to get hit.
We're under attack.
Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Like I said, I have no idea if there are elite ships in Tech 4 missions, but it's gonna be a while before we have anything crazy going on. We've got all three ships just kind of doing their best. course, it would do a lot better if I was within my missiles range. I don't know. Maybe we'll just try it. It really doesn't matter right now. Okay, you'll notice now that we've gotten rid of the DPS ship. It has now swapped over to another ship here. Go on, Mr. Drone, you can do it. Yeah, with all of our DPS combined between these three ships, it's not too bad. We're doing better. I think these ships actually have reactive hardeners on them, which is why it's taking as long as it does. So having the missile damage is actually making it go a lot faster.
We're under attack.
Oof. Oof. Ow. So I'm just trying to keep an eye on my capacitor. If I run out of that, that means things will start turning off. And I really don't want that. That's a bad idea for me. We also want to try to stay above 30% capacitor. We have our best capacitor recharge above that level. And so I'm just trying to very, very delicately balance that out.
Enemy ships detected.
Caracal Cormorant.
We're under attack.
Okay. Cormorant, approach, lock. Focus fire. Focus fire. Focus fire. Okay. We've got them away from our main ship. We are taking quite a bit of damage, so I'm just gonna try to keep that repairer going. While I get rid of some of these ships that are causing me some problems. Okay. Looks like they've changed target here. So I'm gonna let that capacitor cool down a little bit.
We're under attack.
And we're gonna focus on the ship that's being harassed. This is what's really nice about multi-boxing, is enemies will sometimes just swap targets or split DPS. And that's gonna save us a whole lot of trouble in trying to keep us alive. Okay, so we're focusing that one, but this one needs to focus this one. Okay, we are okay. So I noticed that they're doing damage to my armor through my shield. Usually those are
Damaged.
penetrating hits or what is the other word? God, I can't remember the other word.
Under attack.
It just means really big damage. Overpen, no. Starting with a C, I think. Crush, crack, something like that. Wreck. Yes, wrecking shots. That one. That one. That one. Okay. Go ahead and repair that. So hopefully you're seeing, like, just how I deal with managing capacitor and keeping an eye on, like, what ship is doing what. Did they not do wrecking damage? I thought they could. I mean, that's not to say that these AI ships don't have, like, a railgun just somewhere in there. NPC ships in this game just make very little sense. They will use weapon systems that are not meant for the ship that they're flying. They'll use armor setups on shield ships. They'll use shield setups on armor ships. It doesn't matter. The NPC is gonna do what the NPC wants to do. Your entire job is just to make sure you don't die to whatever silliness they pull out. Yeah, in really high-end missions, especially in high sec, there's those rogue battleships that are supposed to be using railguns and are using torpedoes and and large rapid missiles. They will ruin your day, especially in the mission in missions where there's two of them. They have way higher damage per second than they should ever have the right to have. I swear, if we get, like, the NPC equivalent of the rogue, and it has missiles instead of railguns as its bonus, that'll be funny. And it'll just prove all of us wrong. Okay, last wave. This is where we look for something like an elite ship. Like... Okay, I don't really see anything. I'm gonna lock onto the... Okay, yeah, that's a problem. We need to kill this cormorant real quick. Focus fire. And focus fire. Wow, we are dying. Just in case it gets a little bit too hairy, I'm gonna be prepared to warp out by hovering my cursor over my warp out thing. But it seems like we're okay. Yeah, we are still okay. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my thing here. We're gonna get rid of... Wow, I guess there's 2 cormorants in here. That's why we're having some problems. Unlock that. I don't want that. I want that. I don't want that. I want that. I don't want that. I want this. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and kill off this thing. Alright, we seem to have saved it. We identified a threat and delivered it quickly to the Abyss, which has saved us dearly.
We're under attack.
You'll notice when we were taking damage, we were just going straight away from whatever ship it is that was attacking us, and so we were taking a lot more damage. So now that we've got us circling the enemies, we're taking less damage overall. Once we get rid of this Phantom, we'll be okay from frigates. Okay, we're losing some health here. Okay. Something's, ship's not very happy right now. Wow. Come on. You can do it. You can see just how quickly you have to react to a threat. Otherwise, you will lose a lot of health and very quickly in a frigate. We're splitting DPS, and we don't really want to do that. I want to switch over to the one that has the most health taken out of it. Okay, it seems like the rest of these ships are running railguns, so as long as we're not going directly away from them, like my other 2 ships are right now, we should be fine. So long as we're circling, we're okay. This was certainly exciting doing a story mission in a
We're under attack.
Tech Zero frigate. I can't believe the Tristan is considered a Tech Zero frigate. A long time ago, when I first started this game, I used to fly the Cormoran, the Kestrel, and only the Kestrel. And I would take the Kestrel into Tech 7 missions, and complete those in the Kestrel.
We're under
Of course, it would be like an extreme range, lots of speed, but it would do it. It would take an hour, but it would do it. It was some of the most fun that I've ever had, was taking ships into content that they were never meant to be in. Yeah, solo Kestrel with, it was 96 DPS on that Kestrel. And all it was an afterburner, 2 damage mods, and 2 missiles. Nowadays, if I did that, it wouldn't be too bad. Especially since I'm multi-boxing, I would get through it much quicker and safer. So, something to note here is there is a guidance disruption on us. This will affect our missile performance.
We're
So,
under
instead of having the 15 kilometer range we normally have, we now have 14.14. So anytime you see that and you are a missile ship, just be aware that your missiles are going to be shorter range, and that might be why you're not doing as much damage. Because you might just be not hitting them at all because of that disruptor. Alright. We have made it through a very expensive mission. I don't think there's another wave. Yep, that was the end of the mission. Very nice. We made it through just fine. A little bit sketchy here and there, but because of our quick thinking and frankly just luck, we have made it through and made quite the profit. Let's see, which one got that? There we are. There's our profit. 699,000 ISK now. Very nice and easy, and we have barely any skills. Let's see if we can grab some loot here. Wow, that is disappointing for loot. Alright, we seem to have completed one of our
How are you
advanced
feeling, pilot?
tutorials. Hey, we got a Mark V adapted shield hardener from that loot. Go ahead and loot this since we're right next to it. A Mark V reactive shield hardener. And let's see if we can get whatever's in this one. And a Mark V torpedo. So nothing really useful for us other than the Mark V missile. There it is. The Mark V missile is going to be our next upgrade on these ships, or on the Dragoon, once we have the Dragoon. Yeah, I'm not sure if the reactive hardener helped at all. I wonder if it would be better with an adaptive. Okay, let's just go ahead and grab a bunch of missions here. Normally, you don't have to pay that much attention to missions, but when it is a story mission, it is highly important that you pay attention to what's going on. Eh, Sometimes things just don't load as fast as I'd like them to. And there's our bounty tick for that mission, 171,627, with a 5% tax put on that. And because we are at such a low tier, we're going to go ahead and double that with our commendations that we have left. Very nice, very easy. So now each of my characters now has 500,000, with one character at 1 million. I want to take this time real quick because we finished that. I want to get our Concord Pass set up. Concord Pass is really important for alpha players. It is the only way for an alpha player to attain endgame equipment without having to actually be paying for endgame. That endgame equipment in particular is called a nanocore, and what nanocores are an upgradable equipment piece that will allow you to increase your ship's capabilities across the board, usually. These Concord points will be used in the Concord Pass shop, and you can see how expensive that can be. One Concord Pass as an alpha player will usually get you enough to get half of one of these industrial ship nanocores. So about 18,000 points is what you'll end up with if you do the full Concord Pass as an alpha player. Each Concord Pass lasts 5 weeks. 4 weeks. 4 weeks. So it'll take you about 2 months to build up enough points to get a nanocore from a box. However, you also have the option of choosing these decoding keys, which are used in the nanocore collection. The nanocore collection has a chance of dropping pretty much every basic nanocore in the game for every ship. So you could get lucky. Hey, how you doing, Joan? Welcome, welcome. So let's go ahead and set up our Concord Pass. What we want on our Concord Pass is going to be mission related and nice. mission related, time related, and bounty related if we can get a very inexpensive one. Each time you refresh one of these, it's going to cost you about 5,000 ISP. Yeah, I mostly play this game on stream. I do play a little bit off stream, but I usually just do the same thing on stream that I'm doing off stream. Alright, let's see if we can get some time-related tasks here. Be online for 60 minutes. Hey, that's awesome. It's a lot to get into. But there's so many good tutorials and things online to teach you everything about what's going on. I'm currently doing a sort of starter guide that assumes a little bit about, what the game is and what you're getting into. Okay, so we've got the online 15, online 30, and online 60 minutes. That way we are passively gaining points as we are going. Early game can be very difficult for alpha players to acquire any amount of the Concord Pass, but doing it the way that I am showing you here will mean that so long as you're playing the game, you're going to be passively gaining those points and working toward what you hopefully get. I do play a lot of other games. I haven't played anything really on stream other than Dark Souls 3. I used to play Dark Souls 3 on stream quite a bit before this, but I never did upload that to YouTube or anything. What are we looking for? We're looking for 2,000 or 2 million ISK bounty? Yeah, that looks good. And hopefully in the future when Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, I'll do my playthrough of Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm not sure if I'll upload Monster Hunter Wilds to the YouTube channel. That remains to be seen. Yeah, there'll probably be days where I don't want to play Eve Echoes. Then I'll put on something like Dark Souls 3 or, like I said, Monster Hunter Wilds in the future when that releases. Once in a while, I'll go and play Eve Online, but it's not very often since I like Eve Echoes a little bit more in most cases. Okay, so we've got 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 8 encounters, and 4 encounters with the 2 million bounty. Yep, that is all good. Alright, let us head to Forent. I'm gonna have to go into my star chart here and find it. Yeah, it's usually anywhere between 6 p.m. EST and about 9 or 10 p.m. EST that I'll stream. On days where I'm not working, I will stream either earlier in the morning for me, probably around 10 is when I would start at 10 a.m. Set as destination. Save location. Hello? Let's just head there.
Autopilot engaged. Warp drive active.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that a lot. If you have any questions, feel free to ask whenever you do have a question. I love being able to interact with you guys and share anything I do know.
Warp drive active.
I'm usually keeping a very close eye on my YouTube channel, so any comments I get there, I'll be able to reply within about half an hour of seeing your comment. You can find me under the same name you see here, Orion Ikaela. And under my channel here, you should see a link to my YouTube as well. I upload pretty much all of my VODs, so you don't have to worry so much about missing a stream. You can find it there, and we can have the same chat we're having here. Alright, I'm going to save this location because it is a very important location for me. I'll be between Perimeter and Farrant, like, all the time. Yeah, so this channel is just kind of like a hobby, I guess. I don't intend for it to be very high-end. I also find having a lot of stuff on screen or custom stuff on stream can be very distracting from the actual content in some cases. You'll notice I also don't have any sort of, like, subscription notifications or anything like that, and that's only because I haven't figured out how to set it up yet. Haven't really tried to. Right now I'm just focusing on mostly my gameplay and communicating with chat and stuff like that. Save location, hello. There we go. Alright. We've got some missions in system to do, so let's get started on that. Like with previous missions, we're going to warp in at anywhere between 25 and 30 kilometers. That way we're not warping right into an enemy, and we'll be able to start moving right away without any excess issues. We want to focus on frigates first,
We're under attack.
because they are going to be our main threat to our way of life. Yeah, certainly. I do agree there that that stuff definitely will.
Shield damaged.
But I'm just not doing that quite yet. It's very early on in the channel. Okay, let's get this armor repair going. And now that we've healed that, we should be fine. Yeah, I also, I will be eventually moving into, like, better Twitch TV and having, like, a YouTube stream going as well as the Twitch stream. And I'm not quite sure what's disrupting me here. It is the Mollusk. This guy. I appreciate the offer, but I'd like to do all that in my own time when I'm ready. Ooh, I left my
Enemy ships
armor repair running. Gotta keep an eye on that. You'll get in trouble if you leave something running. So, we're taking a lot of damage because we're being slowed down. There is a ship with a web of fire. That is what's slowing us down here. It is one of these two Algos, and I believe it's this closer one. I'm thinking, for a brand new player, single, not multi-boxing like I am,
Under attack.
getting into Omega, basic Omega, would probably be anywhere between 3 to 4 months after starting the game, if you're really pushing it. A more casual player, I would expect, could feasibly do that in about 6 months or 7 months from the start of the game. But that is not including if you want to try this, and you want to try that, and you want to fly this, and you want to fly that. That time frame is based completely around a straight beeline to Omega, and you know what you want to fly. But this game really does have so much better enjoyment when you're sitting there trying different things and learning how each system works,
Fleet
and
weak.
just overall enjoying the game itself.
Warp
You
drive
don't want to
active.
rush this game. There's a lot to learn, and you'll get there eventually. The community is more than willing to help you learn, but many will help you learn the hard way. I am just keeping an eye on which ship is coming closest to me the fastest. And I do believe this Atron 2 is the fastest ship that is near me.
We're under attack.
Alright. Well, I hope you have some luck with that. Mind if I ask what idea you've got? Because I might have tried it already. I've done a lot of dumb things in this game. And I've got one coming up soon. It's gonna be fun.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah. Doing story missions in Losec, I miss doing that so much.
Damage.
But I haven't done that since, scanners were put in the game. I just really dislike the scanner system they put in game. I much preferred having EVE Online's Deep Space Scan. It was much more informative, and you can actually play around it. Mhm. Gosh, I really do like
Enemy ships detected.
the capabilities of the Tristan.
We're under attack.
Being able to have the drones be able to reach out to 24 kilometers, and you can just kind of circle and not have a problem. You have the option of a closer range build or a long range build that kind of acts the same no matter what. Is also a huge benefit to the Tristan. Okay, it looks like I'm focusing pretty heavily on some destroyers here. Oop, gotta heal. Yeah, I can't believe that they actually changed the tutorial information to include Titans now that they've released Fortizars. Because it used to stop at battleships, I think, and then they've updated it as time went on. Yeah, as a new player, drones might be the best or the second best weapon system to get into.
Warp.
I only
Warp
say
drive
second
active.
best because they do have some glitches and things that they have to work out, and you have to be aware of so you can catch them.
We're under attack.
But they are also the best for alphas, because alpha players are able to get much higher DPS out of the drones that are available than they would out of any other weapon system available to them. The current drones in game are, and some of the best drones in game, are currently equivalent to Dead Space equipment, which is the best equipment for other weapon systems. But you can use them as an alpha, rather than having to go Omega to use it. They're expensive, for sure. But if you were looking to stay alpha and didn't care, and you can just have a bunch of disposable money to throw at your ship to make things significantly faster, just upgrade to drones and get the best drones you can afford. I'm afraid of what Dead Space level drones would actually be. I mean, that's fairly... I would assume that'd be equivalent to, like, officer equipment.
Enemy ships detected.
Officer equipment in EVE Online is extremely expensive
Attack.
and provides very little actual benefit other than, like,
Shield.
maybe better healing, maybe better capacitor usage. But people will run it just because of that, so they can do content that they couldn't do with a Dead Space piece of equipment. I guess tomorrow we'll have a look at equipment a little bit more in depth on day 3. And I can show what we're looking at when I talk about some of these terms. You know, I'd really like to have
Enemy ships detected.
a medium Nosferatu.
We're under attack.
Okay, nobody's being webbed. It is okay. Got a little bit of damage coming in on my main ship. And we are just slowly pulsing that armor repair, making sure we maintain our capacitor, and that we can maintain our armor health. Yeah, there's very few frigates that can actually fit a medium Nosferatu. one off the top of my head that I know for sure can is the Succubus. No, not the Succubus. The Blood Raider one. Not the Ashimu. Oh, what's it called?
Fleet warp.
Gosh darn it.
Warp drive active.
Where is it? The Blood Raider ship. It's the Cruor. Yeah, that thing can fit a medium Nosferatu. Okay, we're making our time through these missions here. Another 70,000 for a bounty tick. Not bad. Let's go ahead and double that. So we can have more money in the wallet.
We're under
Yeah,
attack.
the Cruor with a medium Nosferatu is insane. I remember when we used to slap medium rapids on the Cruor. Because why not? And then they had to go and make medium rapids take up more power grid.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Okay, let's get some healing going. It is a little tricky to keep 3 frigates alive, but usually frigates can just kind of save themselves by going fast. I hope we're still alive. Let's see, this thing has... How much power grid left?
Enemy ships detected.
17.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Get some repairs in again.
Armor damaged.
Yep. We're, taking some damage, but it's okay. It is okay. We're just gonna let the armor repair run.
pilot engaged.
And we're gonna warp
Warp
it out.
drive active.
And that is exactly why you want something set so you can warp out as soon as possible. Just in case that happens. We need to kill this,
Shield damaged.
nope.
Warp drive active.
Okay. We're just gonna heal. Yep, Galente enemies can be very difficult, as you saw there. They can certainly do a lot of damage very
Warp drive
quickly,
active.
especially if you're not paying attention. That is the only reason why I would want sound on everything so I can hear what's going on. One of the great things about frigates is that they warp really quick. So no matter what situation you're in, you can probably get away just fine. Let's go ahead and dock up here, and we'll have a look at
Warp drive active.
getting some repairs for our ship. Yeah, I'm afraid when the NPCs actually start having their own drones. I'm also afraid of when NPCs start shooting our drones. That'll be terrifying. Okay, so if you're in a station, and you have damage to your ship, come on down to the bottom of this list on the right, and you'll hit repairs. It will ask you what you want to do, whether you want to actually repair your ship or not, and it'll tell you how much that will cost. I'm going to hit don't show this again because I don't need to see it again. But 405 is not bad.
Undocking.
Let's go ahead and see if I can get my ships back together here. And you'll see here I am now back at full health. Shields are not required to repair. As soon as you dock a ship, the shields are automatically fixed.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, that was a bit rough. Not really sure what went wrong, other than we just didn't take out the frigates fast enough. And, while we're here, we're just gonna go ahead and set a waypoint for perimeter on all three of my ships now that I know there is absolutely a chance of getting smited. I will be very happy to move up to a destroyer with drones, because once I have that,
Warp drive
I can sit at
active.
much longer ranges and never be touched by any of these enemies. let's check our tech level real quick. We are 10 days until we are Tech 5, so we're gonna be sitting here for a little while.
We're under attack.
Yep, it is really slow going for an alpha.
We're under attack.
Omega players are getting nearly double, if not almost triple, the amount of skill points per minute. But do not let that force you into getting Omega for money. It is not required.
We're under attack.
Once an alpha player achieves Omega, their entire goal is to maintain Omega. So,
Enemy ships detected.
no. Focus fire on the frigates.
We're under attack.
Okay, which one's in trouble? You know what would be really helpful? If I was actually using my afterburners in that battle. I don't think I turned on my afterburners, which is why I had so much of an issue. Alright, let's keep healing. Hey, how you doing, Junior? Good to see ya. Junior? I don't know. I'll just call you Jin.
Enemy ships detected.
Okay, we've got an Atron, a whole lot of hate.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Okay? They are currently targeting this ship over here.
We're being warp
We're just
scrambled.
kinda let it do its thing here for a minute,
Being warp scrambled.
and then we'll start killing the destroyers
We're
after
under
this.
attack.
Okay, we've got 2 ships being shot now, which is splitting the DPS, which is good. Less DPS on each ship. It just means I have to pay attention to more ships.
We're
I'm quite surprised I've had so many people today. That's quite nice, actually.
Shield damaged.
Okay, now they are putting DPS on the third ship. I need to get a screenshot of that ship almost dead and use that as a thumbnail. Day 2, it was scary. Alright, that is all of the missions complete on my first character. Let's go ahead and move on to the missions for my second character.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Interesting, we got some griffins here instead of the standard ships that I'll encounter.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Okay, just keep an eye on what's going on here. It looks like my bottom left ship here is being attacked. Nope, it's on top right. Looks like it's split DPS again. Yep, just keep an eye on what's going on. Always make sure my modules are going. And just slowly move between each ship as you kill them. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and turn my repairer off on my second ship. And we'll focus on the third one since they are currently the closest to danger.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Focus fire on these guys here. Yes, I have moved...
Shield. We're
No,
under attack.
I have moved all of these accounts into the alt corp that I have personally. It is a corp that I used to have with my best friend, and we've just went different ways. He likes to jump between games quite a bit, so I've taken control of the corporation we made together when the game started. But that is the corp that all of these characters are in currently. Okay, let's go ahead and make sure we're repairing. Yeah, I would not want to burden my main character's corporation with all of my alts, since I don't play all my alts all that often, it's just better that I leave the slots open for people who would like to join it.
We're under attack.
Okay. There's only one ship left, so only one ship needs to be healing. Alrighty.
Enemy ships detected.
Oh boy.
We're being warp scrambled.
Okay, so one of these is scrambling me. It is a cormorant. That is not good.
We're being warp scrambled.
Warp scrambles will stop me from being able to do literally anything if I'm taking a whole lot of damage. So I need to take care of him first.
We're being warp scrambled.
And while two of my characters are dealing with that, the other one will be focusing on taking care of other ships that are causing problems. There we go. The warp scram has been killed, so that means I can now warp out if I am in trouble. If you have that warp scram on you, kill it. Or get far enough away. Those are your two options. It's harder to get away from a ship that is warp scrambling you than it is to just outright kill it most times.
We're under attack.
Okay?
Shield damaged.
Yep, they're just doing their thing.
We're under attack.
In a PvP situation, your job is to identify the highest DPS incoming on you. If it's one ship, then that ship is the thing that you need to focus on. If there are two ships and one is tanky and the other one is DPS, you need to focus the DPS. Right. I think that was successful.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. So something important to note with the Afterburner versus Micro Warp Drive that we talked about yesterday is if there is a Warp Scrambler on you, and you have a Micro Warp Drive, it will shut off your Micro Warp Drive. So that means when your Micro Warp Drive gets shut off, you won't be going as fast, and you'll be taking more damage. So in my
Attack.
normal gameplay, I am very anti afterburner, micro warp drive, anything like that. Because I feel that I'm not gonna escape whoever it is, so I might as well just tank better. Okay, taking some damage early on here. Let's go ahead and get some heals out and take care of some DPS.
Enemy ships detected.
Mm-hmm.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Okay, let's get our repair going. Currently, one of the mollusks is trying to heal everything that I'm killing, so I am going to go ahead and just get rid of that problem from the field.
We're under attack.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of thought behind every single module choice in this game. You can go with this, but then you'll need this. Or if you do this, this other thing will happen, which isn't quite what you wanted, but it's what you're gonna get. So you just have to experiment and play around with everything until you understand how every single module works with each other or against each other. And that is what makes Eve and Eve Echoes so immersive, engaging might be the right word.
Fleet warp.
And all of it will come to you within the time that it
Warp
should
drive
come to you.
active.
You don't have to know all of this all at once. As you get modules, you can play around with them, see what they do, read about them if you want to, or go and look up, like one of Captain Benzi's guides. They're all so good.
We're under attack.
Yeah, so in almost every wave of enemy ships, there is always one. You see this right here? This little weird red and crazy color thing going on? That is a ship, the Atron, healing a catalyst, of all things. And that can make it harder to kill whatever ship is on grid. So if you can identify what ship is causing you to do, or to take longer to kill something, it might give you just that little bit of edge later on in the wave when you're struggling with something else, if you can kill that repair guy. don't ask me why a combat frigate is being used by the NPC rats to heal a destroyer,
Enemy
but
ships detected.
NPC gonna do what NPC gonna do.
We're under attack.
You just have to figure out what they're doing and how to counteract it. Okay, which one's dying?
We're under attack.
Sometimes those colors can be blue or red, but understand they're just giving buffs to whatever ship it is that it's attached to. Oh, I guess I've left my repair. Healers can definitely cause some chaos in a PvE environment, and certainly in a PvP environment. In PvP, a healer is the first thing that anybody will try to target
Under
as
attack.
long as it's in range. Okay, I need to get these heals going. Gosh darn. Come on, you. Afterburner, please. And now I've got a web with what's webbing me. Oh, it was that Argus. Okay. Like I said, I do regularly not use props, so I will tend to forget to turn them on. Try not to forget that when you're in a frigate. It's very important to survival.
We're under attack.
Look at the difference it made from not having the afterburner running and I was dying very quickly to having the afterburner and now I am safe.
We're under attack.
Okay, looks like they're focusing top right. Yes, I absolutely blame my battleships. I've been flying them for 2 years, 3 years now. Yeah, the game's been live for 5, right? 4? So, yeah, we've probably been flying battleships for at least 3 or 4 years. And they just very, very rarely will a battleship need a afterburner or micro warp drive. Medium security threat.
Fleet warp.
Okay, all of my repairs are off.
Warp drive
Good.
active. Warp drive.
Unlike EVE Online, you do not have to currently worry about leaving your drones in space. when you warp away, your drones will be automatically scooped up in the hold.
We're under attack.
Okay, let's just DPS this catalyst real quick before it can activate any of its modules. Don't mind me misclicking and trying to lock a planet. I'm not the Death Star. It's okay, I don't need to do that.
Shield damage. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
Okay. Just get these going here.
We're under attack.
Okay, top left ship is being targeted currently.
We're under attack.
Yeah, one of the things I do in EVE Online every so often is I will grab
Enemy ships detected.
like a salvage frigate like a Heron, and my goal will just be to go ahead and scoop up all the drones in the system. Let me go ahead and unlock some of these things, because there's gonna be other things getting closer.
Shield damage.
Okay. Taking a lot of damage here. That's okay. Just clear out the enemies.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Okay.
Shield damage.
Go ahead and heal. Okay, it seems like they're not actively trying to kill me now. Okay, I need to turn off music.
Under attack.
Holy heck. That is going wild, wasn't it?
We're under attack.
Okay, heal again. Alright. Another mission done.
Fleet warp.
Yep, capacitor warning. That's what that sound was.
Warp drive
That was
activated.
telling me I've used most of my capacitor and I should stop trying to heal or use my modules and let it recharge. Be very aware of the sounds that are made by your ship, or the sounds that are happening around your ship in this game, so you can more easily identify what weapon system is going on, if you're being hit actively, or if you just need to relax for a bit. And it's very important to know. The sound that you usually hear as my ships are being attacked is the shield alarm, and that is telling you that my shields are getting low and I should start paying attention to my armor. I don't need to heal so much anymore. Things will get a lot better in that regard
Under attack.
when you start getting skills for like frigate defense or frigate capacitor stuff. Frigate engineering is what it's called, which gives the capacitor.
Enemy ships detected.
And then you just won't have to worry so much about like paying attention to what's going on. So your second day of Eve Echoes is going to be a lot of trial by fire. It's going to be getting into these missions, learning about the ship itself, and setting up like your orbit and things like that as you learn how things work.
Enemy ships detected.
Let's go ahead and focus on
Under
the
attack.
frigates, as per the usual. And the other two will just do what they need to. I am still running my repair because I'm not paying attention. So I am using the focused fire command
We're under
a lot in order to move my drones and my weapon systems to the target that I actually want them to try to kill. You can also do this by moving to whatever ship these little triangle things, these carrots, moving that selected target to whatever you want to target next, or preemptively, and that will help out with choosing a target to kill.
We're under attack.
Tristan is such a good looking ship, isn't it? It's so wild looking.
Attack. Fleet warp.
I wonder.
Warp drive active.
I think once we get our ISK built up here a little bit, we start looking at the Dragoon tomorrow, I think.
We're under attack.
Maybe at the end of today we'll look at buying a Dragoon trainer and starting to work with that. Since we'll get one extra drone, we'll get an extra high slot. Which all just relates to more DPS and more survivability. I'm actually really happy with the performance of the Tristan because it does not get rigs.
Enemy ships detected.
Rigs are very important pieces of equipment after Tech,
We're
what is it,
under
2?
attack.
That you can start equipping them and they will augment some of your capabilities, giving you either better reload, better raw damage, better fitment for your ship, or better capacitor usage.
Shield damage. We're under attack.
All of our ships are looking pretty healthy. We are 14 minutes away from our next level of drone upgrade, which will give us 12% damage, 12% fall off, and 5% at optimal range on our drones. That all equates to better application. We should get the Vexor trainer at the end of this week. Well, in however many more days. Like 6 more days or something like that. No, in 4 more days.
Damage.
We'll have the Vexor trainer. But yeah, we'll be able to fly it at Tech 4. So we'll be fine. So we really have the option of staying with the Tristan until for 4 more days, or we go up to a destroyer and just get that little bit more DPS and clear time so we can have better bounty ticks. Kind of a hard choice. Okay, and we are losing health on a different ship now. Because while this ship is doing fine,
We're under attack.
I would like to fly something bigger. Destroyers in this game are a bit of a disappointment, to put it lightly. EVE Online destroyers are so much more capable due to their low health and high amount of DPS. And so they became sort of like glass cannons.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive
Oh, hell.
active.
I'm not watching my capacitor. And this one needs to be healed. Why is there only... this must be a easier mission,
We're
because there are only 2 ships in this wave,
under attack.
which is an indicator of a lower end mission that we picked up, instead of having the
Shield damaged.
higher reward. Okay, so we're keeping an eye on this bottom left one, since its shields are really low, and now it has no shields.
Enemy ships detected.
This is a weirdly easy mission,
Under attack.
compared to what we've been doing. Am I in an anomaly? I thought I went to a mission. Huh. Okay. Is what it is. It's dead now.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Just F you in particular, random anomaly pirates.
We're under attack.
Let's go ahead and focus on some of these frigates.
Shield damaged.
Yeah, I could swear I warped to a mission and not a anomaly. Maybe I just read it wrong.
We're under attack.
Yes. Anomalies are great for farming modules and things. Which we'll probably be doing on day 4, maybe day 5. We'll be going out to Losec and doing some of those anomalies out there. since they are going to be the best income we can get.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, but I think it's really rare to find them in a 0.5 system. I mean, you can see here, we have all these level 3s, but no level 4s.
We're under attack.
Just making sure that I am keeping myself alive and not overdoing the capacitor. Why is one of my modules not on?
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I need to focus on this. Need to focus on this. Need to focus on this.
Shield damaged. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Let's see, how many missions do we have here? So 4 more missions, and then we'll look at heading back to Perimeter. Perimeter or Gina, and seeing what we can pick up. Maybe we'll get ourselves a new fancy ship today. Wow, I'm not paying attention to that health. Good thing it was the last wave of the mission. Right.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Focus the frigate. $24, $22, $22.
under attack. We're under attack.
So we're averaging about 80,000 ISK per bounty tick. Bounty ticks do not include mission rewards, so in between each of these 80,000 bounty ticks, we are also getting, so let's see, the time between this one was 22 and 02. We are also getting mission rewards, such as this 35, that 35, another bounty tick.
We're under attack.
I think it might survive like a level 1 or 2 Inquisitor at best. I haven't been in one since they updated it to be a combination between a Scout and Inquisitor. Trying to kill things as quickly as possible. Oop. One of the many side effects of using an emulator is just accidentally clicking out of the game.
We're under attack.
My goodness. Hey, there's a small drone upgrade. We now have 66 DPS. Woo! A whole extra 2 DPS. Wow. Wow, that's a little scary. What's going on with this? Yeah, Scout anomalies or Inquisitor anomalies don't exist anymore. It's just one anomaly, and I can't remember if they went with Scout or Inquisitor as the name, but they're both combined now. Turn off our
Attack.
repair module here.
We're under attack.
Yeah, that was like
We're under attack.
4 months ago or something like that.
We're under attack. Shield damaged. Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
You know, I'm pretty happy with only having one close call today. We are doing content that is meant to be for a Tech 5 cruiser. But yet, here we are.
We're under attack.
Time to repair the ship. And then start dealing with the frigates.
We're under attack.
You know, I can't tell if these are any easier. I mean, I have higher resistances on the things that are important, so I guess.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Okay. Just take care of these frigates. Because they are more of a pain than you will ever know. They're the only things that can actively keep up with me and be able to hit me reliably. Now we'll take out the DPS.
We're under attack.
You can see here that the frigate is trying to heal the cormorant that we're killing, the Algos that we're killing. So it's going to take just a slight bit longer than usual. But any ship that is healing, any NPC ship that is healing another target
Enemy ships detected.
will not have any damaging modules on it.
We're under attack.
So if they are the last thing in your wave, it's not a problem.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
I feel like, you know that meme of the symbol monkey where he's just staring at the screen wild-eyed and crazy? That's how I feel sometimes playing this game. Okay, what do we got next? This should be our last major mission of the night.
Fleet warp.
Gotta keep up with so many things
Warp drive
when you
active.
multi-box, but that's what makes it fun for me. I like the challenge of keeping track of everything going on. But it is really fun for that. I'm not sure if it looks that great on stream. I think it looks fine for me personally, but I'm kind of used to the layout. But if I really wanted to, I could go to a single screen if I want, if it's that distracting. And you just won't see what I'm doing on the other two characters. Let's go ahead and get our repair going. We're losing health a little bit quickly. There was a YouTube video I was watching. There was a guy multi-boxing in EVE Online. He had 17 accounts on the same screen. And almost all of them were like a 5x5 pixel box. And then like 3 of them were big.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Okay, so this one I need to pay attention to.
Enemy ships detected. Warning. Capacitor running. We're under attack.
Okay, let's focus on this guy. Let's get rid of as much as possible.
We're under attack. Shield damaged. We're under attack.
Oh, pretty calm. Yeah, this is going to be the last mission, I think. Because I want to go to Gina now that we have $1 million for each of our characters. Or close to it. I can augment that a little bit because of that 600,000 mission we did earlier. Alright. Very nice. Okay, let's head to perimeter first.
Autopilot engaged.
And we shall
Warp drive active.
have a look at jumping out of this ship, jumping into a destroyer, looking at how you set up a ship when you first get it, what kind of things you're looking for, what things you need to pay attention to, and maybe we'll go for a test mission. Luckily today my internet didn't kill itself in the middle of the stream, so we'll just have one full day rather than a part 1 and a part 2 like yesterday. Did you see an extra large waste seeker in there? Oh god. That's terrifying. Surely we could kill one of the frigates. No, that
Warp
thing would
drive
run
active.
through me. That's the only reason I would wish to have a high-set capital right now, is to do, like, the extra large and large waste
Test docking
seekers.
request accepted.
But I'm honestly certain that, it won't matter. Alright, so we got a lot done today. We made 1,000,000 ISK for each character. From the start of the day, we started at 150,000. 1,000,000 ISK is a big deal for your time starting. Your next goal is 10,000,000 ISK. After that, 50,000,000 ISK. Then, 100,000,000 ISK. And then 300,000,000 ISK. And then you want to have a billion ISK. And after a billion ISK, you want to get 20 billion ISK, 30 billion ISK. These are the kind of progressions we're going to be looking at in all this. But we have been very successful today. We did not die. I really thought we would die. That was very close. But we did it. First goal of Mega Basic, yep. 1 billion ISK is what we have to get to before we can even start flying anything of significant size. So let us gather our dailies today. All of the dailies will reset at 8 o'clock EST for me. I'm not sure what time that will be for you. But here we go. Let's see what supplies we got. Hey, we got a module crate this time. Nice. Check our growth fund real quick. Nice, okay, that's all done. These module crates are highly important to a new player. They are equivalent to Tech 5 equipment, but you can equip it at a lower tier.
How are you feeling, pilot?
Alright, let's go ahead and grab our road to set sail. Hey, I forgot about that. Huh. Let's go to store, and then exchange, special points. Still not sure why it's not showing up every time I come to the hangar. It's just one of those weird interactions that I tend to get involved with. Remember, do not forget to grab your daily special stuff. It will become extraordinarily important to you later on. Oh yeah. Let's see, we got 4 days. Well, that's strange. Oh, I did something different on this character. Okay, it's fine. We'll fix that in a bit. We're going for all of those skills anyway, so it doesn't matter that I've chosen a different skill. Right. Let's go and grab these modules here. We'll just dump them in our hangar. We might use them, we might not. And let's actually have a look at what we do have in our hangar now. Do I need to repackage a bunch of stuff here? So repackaging allows you to compress an item to a smaller size, and it also allows you to stack items. It's a good way to keep your inventory free of clutter. Right, so as a alpha pilot, we cannot use this chip. They give it to you for the tutorial. You get to use it once you have Omega. Alright, let's go ahead and choose our destroyer engineering chips. Very nice. This gives us level 4 in destroyer engineering. We'll also go ahead and grab the destroyer skin safe, and we'll grab the Dragoon Trainer exoplanet. Because that's what I think I am going to pick up. Yeah, they should change planetary chip to like reprocessing or mining or like destroyer operation. Maybe I should have sold those skins. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and also open up the weapon rig safes. And we're gonna choose the Warhead Califaction because we're not using any other weapon system that is available here. Yeah. I need 2 more of those. What? Okay. Our next item here is a weapon rig safe. And this will give us the options to choose a weapon system of our choice. So we're going to grab the test small missiles. And we're going to have a look at these test small missiles. They are 19.53 DPS. And if we go to the market, they are going to be very equivalent to, like, right between Mark 5 and Mark 7 missiles. So that's really useful for early on. You'll have a better weapon system than what you can use at Tech 5. Let's go ahead and undock from our ships here, because we want to leave them in perimeter. And we're going to head to Gina.
Autopilot engaged. Undocking.
Gina is our market location. That is the only place that Alpha pilots can,
Warp drive active.
well, any interstellar trade center is the only place that Alpha pilots can get their goods from. They can buy and sell in an interstellar trade center. However, that is their limit for an Alpha. They will have to go there. They will have to bring it with them. So, is what it is. But Gina is really the main trade hub of the entire galaxy here. In the entirety of New Eden.
Destined docking request
So that's where
accepted.
everybody goes to dump their stuff anyway. Alright, so we are looking for a destroyer. It's a basic destroyer. And there it is. So we have our small drone operation. We do not have the destroyer command bonus, but we will start working on that in a bit. Dragoons cost, there's one on the market for 4.9 million. So we're going to start with the Dragoon trainer. We are going to ignore the laser damage, just pretend that's not there. We have 2 high slots and 3 mid slots, which means we'll be getting a 22% DPS increase or something like that overall from just that one extra drone slot. The skill on here, the roll bonus, is drone flight velocity. What that does is make sure your drones can get to their target faster than anything else. If they don't have that, the drone damage will increase their raw damage. So we want to try to boost their activation time instead. So let's go ahead and pick up a few of these Dragoon trainers. And look at that, there's a few on the market, kinda cheap. So I'll buy... Which one has the least money? Okay, so least money one gets the cheapest unit. We'll buy one of these, and we'll buy one of these. Normally, these things are very expensive, but we just picked them up for way inexpensive. I also wanted to check the advanced tutorial. Yep. It's doing that thing again. So we got 5 IP from that advanced tutorial. We got a new ship from that one. We're not going to grab that one yet. We got another planetology. And a destroyer command. Nice. So we'll go ahead and grab those once we're back in perimeter. And it seems my stuff is a little bit glitched. Yeah, there's quite a few of those on the market, aren't there? Of course, there's a... Can I just destroy them all? Oh well. Okay, so here is our Dragoon trainer with our new skin. And we need to buy a couple of things. We need some drones, because I want to keep the drones on my Tristan as a backup. Always make sure you have a backup ship in case something goes wrong. So we'll grab some small drones. As usual, we will grab our Mark III Hobgoblins, and we'll get 3 of those. Make sure you are buying from Gina if you are in Gina, Amar if you are in Amar. You can be caught out and scammed that way. We already have some armor repairs and things back at base, but since I want to keep it on my ship, that means I am going to ignore that. Okay. We have... How many mid slots on this? We have 1 mid slot. And it gets bonus to Nosferatu and Neutralizer. Neutralizers do not work on NPCs, so we will grab a Nosferatu or a Web of Fire. I'm not sure which one I want to go with. I think I'm going to go with a Web of Fire, though, for now. That'll be under Electronic Warfare. No, it'll be under Interdiction modules. I keep forgetting that. It's called a Stasis Web of Fire. I'm going to get one of these. Remember, we have the test weapons in perimeter. So let's go ahead and equip those once we get back to perimeter. Interdiction, Web, Mark III. You can get a lot of this stuff. Wow, that was expensive. Yeah, people are hiking up the price. Sometimes it is just better to step down a tier and get a cheaper one. Or sometimes you can step up a tier and it's cheaper. But we can't access Mark V Web of Fires until we are Tech 5. So we have to step down a tier. Interesting. Let's go ahead and equip our Hobgoblins and our weirdly expensive Mark III Web of Fires, which you can just... Okay, I think I need to reopen the game here. Okay, so next we're looking for 3 low slots. Let's think about that real quick. So we still have the same 24-kilometer drone command range. I wonder if we go a full range build on the Dragoon Trainer and just throw on 3 damage mods and sit at range, because we can get a couple of combat rigs that extend the range of the drones. You can get all of these modules, except for drones, free from the drops of NPCs that you're killing. So if you're really tight on money, make sure you're grabbing those loots at the end of your missions, and that'll give you some modules to work with, or you can sell them and make some extra money on top of what you're already doing. You can also reprocess them for materials, so you can make some stuff yourself. Ooh. You can see I have a little bit of the I've been playing the game for way too long mindset, where I just buy things without really looking at the price of them, because I'm just sitting on an absolute fortune waiting for something to come. And then anytime I go, oh, I need this, I just go get it. Most times I don't question the price. And this is a hard choice. Do we go tank? Or do we go full on DPS? With range. Well, I guess the price is what's gonna decide it. Ugh. Now let's see. We're gonna look at the combat ranks first. Because I want to know... So I can get an extra 10 kilometers of drone control range, which will put me at 35 kilometers, well outside of anything trying to damage me, which would allow me to run probably like one armor repair and 2 damage mods. Or I put on the normal low slot tank, which would be repairer, red hardener, yellow hardener, or red hardener cap battery. We're not running lasers, so we shouldn't have to worry about capacitor all that much. I don't want to run a prop mod, because I hate prop mods. They're not in my repertoire. I will if I have to. The missiles are still only going to be 15 kilometers, so either go all in on the drones, or I go more tank. Well, considering the frigates were surviving with 1 yellow and 1 armor hardener, but they had an afterburner, tank would be fine. And we can look at a drone speed augmenter, which will make these drones activate 7.5% faster. But those are also 150,000. Okay, maybe we have to work up to that. Let's think about defensive ranks then. I want... So my weakest resistance here is explosive, but it's 20%, and kinetic, which is 25%. I don't encounter explosive all that much, and those resistances will be fine once I put a red. So I don't think I need to go armor resistance because of that. Maybe I go for repair? So I can just leave it running? Or I can get more from one repair? Ooh, and not the level 2. Maybe I can get more from just one activation, and I don't have to worry about it being active all the time. Okay, here's a thought. Yeah, look at that. They jump from 75 and 79 up to 500,000. That's one of those market opportunities. You can buy all these up and put them up for like 300,000 apiece or 200,000 apiece, and you'd be making bank on that. Let me grab an armor repairer, a Mark III. Okay, reasonable. And let's see how that affects our capacitor. Yeah, when you're this early in the game, prototype rigs are so nice. Oh boy, that's gonna hurt. So let me grab the red that I was looking for. Armor hardener. And they're Mark V. So you can't have an armor hardener until you're Tech 5. Unless you buy, like, a Pilfer, faction one. And we are 10 days away from Mark 5, Tech 5. So it looks like I have to go with the reactive. Don't buy that one. It's one in Gina for 5,000. Okay. We're still almost cap stable pretty much. Let's have a look at... So the limitations I'm putting on these accounts is I'm not allowed to get anything other than the clan reward from my other accounts. So that means I cannot send money, items, or anything at all from my main accounts to the alpha accounts. Of course, everything I do on the alpha accounts, I should be streaming, so that way we can show the realistic progression of everything. And, of course, we're kind of limiting ourselves to missiles and drones, because they are the best weapon systems for an alpha. Our goal is to get Omega on all 3 accounts, and then once we have Omega, be able to fulfill Omega again for all 3 accounts before our first Omega runs out. No leeching on bounty. Nope. Everything will be done with this and this only. anything I do will have to be under my own work. Now, of course, we might get a little bit cheeky and figure out how to do some scanning. And maybe we'll find our way into Clarelem, jump into a few capital anomalies and things and grab some loot. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Enough people have done it to me, I deserve to be able to do it to them. Okay, so let's look at a different low spot here. This one is called a damage control. Please don't be tech. Gosh darn it. It's a tech 5 item as well. Okay. So we're left with getting a second repairer, an afterburner, a armor plate. Not that that's very useful to me. I think we'll just go for an afterburner. Because I really don't see that. No, or a damage mod. I wonder if I can get a damage mod. Weapon upgrades. Drone damage. Yes, we can buy a drone damage amplifier, but there's none on the market! Wow, completely ruined. Alright, we're stuck with the afterburner. Afterburner would bring us from 302 up to 360? Is that worth it? Would we be better off with a micro warp drive? We're already pretty tight on capacitor. Choices are really hard in this game. Each choice you make is just so important to the function of the ship. If I chose the micro warp drive, I'm gonna get a lot of speed out of it. We're gonna go from 300 meters a second, right? Up to 1200 or 1500 meters a second. I think it's like 1200 meters a second. But we're also going to be a larger target for our profile, and we're going to have worse capacitor. By 25% of our capacitor, we're just not going to have. I don't think I can do that. I think I'd rather go for like an armor plate or a cap battery. The armor plates are fun. They will increase the amount of armor that you will have, and you can activate them for an additional amount of armor for a 25-second time. and it would provide us a very nice amount of extra tank. But we are going to be slower overall because of the extra weight that it puts on the ship. It also increases our ship size, which I don't know why they don't state these things here, but it does. What do you think? The armor repair sounds pretty good right about now. Or the armor plate sounds about good right now. I think that's what we'll do. Wow, there's only 3 of them on the market. Yeah, we can definitely look at, like, Trimark rigs and stuff like that. Shield. No, not shield. I need armor plate. Small. 100. Mid slot. Low slot. Armor plate. I need to buy that armor plate before it goes away. Okay. I have bought every armor plate on the market. Alright. Armor repairer. Armor repairer. Now, I am going to allow, like, if one character, like this main character, has significantly more money than my other 2 characters, I can send items from the character with the most money to the ones that need it, just to balance everything out. But I cannot take anything from my main characters that have god-awful amounts of money and don't care about a damn thing. Alright, we're getting the true alpha experience. Okay, so I believe that was all of the low slots. So by having that, we are still cap stable, just barely. But if I'm not running the repairer, it will be fine. Okay, gotta buy some yellow. Did I just buy the wrong one? Yes, I did. Remember how I said pay attention to where you're buying things from? Yeah, that just happened. Good thing it was cheap. Okay, that looks like a reasonable amount of tank. And we've got our drones. We'll have our test modules for the high slots, since we have 2 of each. Let's look at rigs. We don't have a whole lot of money left. We've got about 300,000 to try to make 4 rigs on this. We don't need rigs. But man, rigs would be really nice, especially capacitor rigs. But capacitor rigs are so expensive. I really wish I had some of the prototype rigs that they give you from playing the game. Right. Let's start with engineering rigs, since that is more important to me. And we'll see how quickly we get shut down. Engineering rigs. Okay, are we ready to cry? Oh my god. Oh, please. Okay, we're completely shut down on capacitor rigs. Keep in mind, as a new player, you do not want to buy capital rigs unless you are flying a capital ship. Okay, I guess tomorrow, while we are doing missions, our goal is to make 2 million ISK, at least, for that. Okay, let's look at weapon rigs. Drone rigs. Drone speed augmenter. I can buy one of these. We can also look at a defensive rig here. The repair augmenter, which will make it easier for my capacitor to handle constantly repairing. Might be a good idea. We can also look at a Trimark armor pump, which will give us even more health for our armor. It's also a very good idea. And we can look at extra armor repair bonus. Rigs are interesting in that if you have more than one of the same type of rig, meaning if you have 3 of any of these, it doesn't matter what kind, level, so long as it's called an auxiliary nanopump or whatever, you will lose effectiveness for each additional one on top of the initial one. You'll still get a little benefit, but most times it is not worth running 3 of the same rig. And we'll get into what it is important to run 3 of the same rig much later on. What are we thinking? I'm thinking we get 1 Trimark and 1 auxiliary, or we go 1 auxiliary and 1 repair augmenter. Pretty sure I want the auxiliary though. You know, something I should have looked at? I should have looked at the health I would gain from that. So, 20% of 109, you're looking at 23 extra health per activation. Whereas, if we go with Trimark, we will get, what is 20% of 700? Oh hell. 10% is 70. 140 extra health on one Trimark. Okay. Oh, I guess we don't afford Trimarks. Okay. Guess the game made it up for me. So we're gonna get more health and less capacitor usage for our repairs. Man, new players have it rough with rigs. Mm. Mm. What the hell? What? Why did I buy two of these? When you fit a different rig in a spot where there's already a rig, it will destroy it. Yeah, it's really like Tech 7 before alphas even get a chance to buy anything. Like, please, let the new guys have their day. Oh, I wish I could have kept that nano pump. That's ridiculous. 450,000 for a repair augmenter. Can I go up to a repair augmenter too? No, let's go up to Tech 2, to level 2 on... don't do that! Okay. We're just gonna have one with a slightly better one. Remember what I said, when you see something that's super expensive, look up and down in the tiers, and sometimes you'll find something that is much better priced. Depending on whether or not I go and just buy the level 2s now on this character. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Might as well. It was the repair augmenter, yeah? Yeah, let's buy 2 of these. Nano pump, repair augmenter. How do I know how. So, alphas cannot send things between characters because they don't have access to contracts. There's a way around this. It's a little stupid, but there is a way around it. It was combat rig, defensive rig, armor, and it was the repair augmenter, correct? Is there anyone buying it? No, there isn't. So what you do, if you have multiple characters like this, sell it. You pull it up here, and you purchase it before anybody notices. And that is how you get around the, can't send things to other characters when you're an alpha. Of course, it's super risky. You can absolutely just lose all of your items because somebody's watching. So don't do it with anything that's important to you. Now, once you have Omega, you'll have access to contracts, and you can send things between characters without a problem. But that was the fun way. Let's not try to do that more than once. That's already sketchy enough. Alright. So we've got our ships set up, other than the high slots, and we need some rigs. But that'll be a tomorrow thing. Let's head back to... Let me just get rid of this other item that I bought. I can't destroy it from here anymore. Okay, someone can have that one.
Autopilot engaged. Undocking.
I feel like today has been a very successful day. We are now in a bigger ship with the possibility of more DPS. And a whole lot more fun.
Active.
I need activatable stuff on the right. Everything else should just be naturally active. Because with a destroyer, I won't have to sit at far range anymore. We ran into quite a few walls there with the price of things, which is a little scary. It's gonna make getting ships and things
Active.
a little bit harder, especially when people are not building like they used to, and they're not able to loot wrecks and things like they used to. It'd be nice to have an auto salvager.
Accepted.
Wonder if we could get our hands on one of those for this alpha playthrough. Let's check salvage drone first. Huh. So we can get salvage drones. We cannot. We cannot have regular salvagers. Okay, let's go ahead and put on our test missiles, because they are the best missiles we can have. Look at that. Alright. We have 87 DPS. That is 20 more than what we were getting on the Tristan. And we can get a whole lot more. Let's go to our Concord Pass real quick. Then this will be the last thing we do. Oh, not quite. I've still got to... I've still got to grab the rewards from the advanced tutorial. Hey, look, it's working now.
How are you feeling?
Alright. So we got that one. Let's go ahead and claim our free venture trader. Free ship, always nice. Let's claim these, because these are going to give us skills. And we will have to complete some extra stuff here. So we need to do 3 more bounty missions there, 1 more mission here. And we've done everything for that one. Okay, so let's just do 3 more encounters. And try it out. Oh, that was a scary one. Do we want to test run it on sweet poison? 600,000. It's terrifying. Maybe we just do only sweet poison. The destroyers will have more health, but things are gonna hit harder. Money is money. I ain't gonna turn it down. Another 600,000. We can do it. We're not gonna get these multiple times. Out of sheer coincidence, do I have that on all three of these characters? Alright, let's test our new builds.
Autopilot engaged. Undocking.
Going to be very important to make sure we are actively testing what we're doing. Because if we do it right, it'll be fine. If we do it wrong,
Warp drive active.
it won't be fine. Okay, I want to move my activatable stuff away from all of the buttons. Who knows, we might still die. We didn't in the frigates, but we were also moving quite fast. So, I don't know. We need to set these things orbit to...
Warp drive active.
Yeah, 14 is fine. We have more DPS now, which means we can clear the field faster. We're not as fast, so we're not going to avoid damage like we were in the frigates. But we have double the hit points of a frigate, of the frigate we were in, and better resistances. And we are chunky. Yeah, contraband. Oh man. Alright. Start on usual. Start outside of your weapon area. And just kind of let things do what they're meant to do. We are going to set a thing to perimeter. Just so we can get out. Oh good, we can lock 4 targets now. Okay, there's tougher enemies here. There's actually cruisers here. I don't know if I want to do this with cruisers. That's a little bit scary. Let's go ahead and just take out what we can. Okay, our capacitor is pretty okay. They are splitting DPS here. Okay. As we take damage, we're gonna find that we're gonna have better tank because of our reactive armor hardener. It will adjust our resistances according to what is being thrown at us. And when we have an emergency, we will use the armor plate to give us a little bit of buffer. I can't remember if there were cruisers in the other 600,000 that I did. I knew things were a bit harder to kill. A good note to have is if you know there's going to be a different weapon system in the next wave of an encounter, reset your reactive hardener so that way it can more quickly get to the resistance it needs to be to help you live.
Unknown ships detected.
Okay. Let's just see where this takes us.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Okay. Get our armor repair going. A lot of DPS is coming in.
We're under attack.
But our capacitor is fine.
Shield damaged.
And we're just whittling our way through. Okay, our other characters being attacked. We're gonna go ahead and turn that armor repairer off. this one is being attacked now.
We're under attack.
It's doing alright. Let our capacitor deal with whatever needs to happen. Next wave is going to be a little scary, but we haven't had to use our armor plate yet.
We're
I'm debating whether or not the afterburner is a good idea, just so we can avoid damage a little bit better, or the micro warp drive. Not really sure. Moving faster does help. Even if it's not really the most helpful thing that could be done. And all of my ships are pretty handily gaining shield again. They've got a nice shield recharge on them, I'll say that much. It's actually a little bit surprising. Zoom out just a little bit. I think it's better. It feels better. I would have liked to have the Trimark armor pump, or whatever it is, for the extra 20% health. That would have been nice. But having the reduced capacitor need is also really good. Okay, let's see what happens.
ships detected.
And they are all right on top of us.
We're under attack.
Kill. Things need to die.
We're under attack. Armor damaged.
Go ahead and turn.
Engaged.
We're just gonna get our ship out of here.
Warp drive active.
Okay, ship is out.
We're under attack.
I need to get it to a
We're under attack. We're under attack.
decent spot.
Warp drive active.
Okay, it looks like it's stabilized.
Docking request accepted.
They're not losing so much health now. Good.
Undocking.
So a little scary. Yeah, I don't think splitting damage was working there. Things needed to die, and I just wasn't killing them quick enough. Hello?
Warp drive active.
Need a little bit more DPS here. Definitely need to try to keep all of my DPS on the same ships in these missions. And it doesn't help that they spawned right on top of me. I think if they had all been at the range that they would normally be at, which was 15 kilometers, we would be seeing a very different result from that. Looks like I can just kind of keep my armor repairs running for a long time.
Damaged. We're under attack.
Yeah, it's not healthy to be in the middle of a group of enemies like that. Dang, these thorax hurt. Armor is still being chunked by the thorax. He must be one with like an afterburner. Okay, the scary wave is over. Yeah, 2 armor repairs might be pretty viable on it. Definitely need a Nosferatu, I think, if we were to run 2 armor repairs. Okay, my ships are alright. Let's fleet warp them to a dock real quick. Get our shields back.
Fleet.
Yep, as a single player, that would not be possible.
Warp drive active.
Not unless you were constantly going back and forth between the mission and a station. anytime you're encountering these missions with a ship here that you've not had to
Docking
deal
request
with,
accepted.
um,
Docking request accepted.
it's always a good idea to
Docking
determine
request accepted.
how your ship is performing very early on against that new tier of ship. So in that case, we ran into some cruisers,
Undocking.
and they were just destroying these destroyers. Alright. See if we can do another one. Let's hopefully be very persistent in our missions. Did I grab it? I did. Serpentis Rally Point. Okay, let's start at our usual,
Fleet warp.
Warp
and
drive
we'll see how we
active.
do.
Warp drive active.
This time I want to try to focus a ship because these ships just aren't killing individual things fast enough. Okay, so everything on the
We're
damaged
under attack.
thorax.
Shield damaged.
Okay, get some repairs going. Yeah, they still hurt. Okay, we'll take care of the other thorax when we get the opportunity.
We're under attack.
Everything is active, everything is running, and everyone is currently okay.
Shield damaged.
Man, if one of these spawns and there's a friggin' scram on it, that's gonna hurt.
Shield damaged.
I think what I should do is on the last wave, or as I finish the second wave, I should warp out, and let the third wave spawn in so I can warp in at a safer distance from them. And then if anything has a lockdown, I won't be stuck in the middle of them. Yeah, last one got lucky, there was no scram or disruptor. That was very lucky. And we'll focus this. Alright, so that was 297,000, 298,000 for a bounty tick. So it is definitely worth me doing. Just gonna take a little more effort. If I had an adaptive instead of the hull, the armor plate, I wonder if that wouldn't have been so scary. Or if I had a second repairer instead. because it felt like the armor repair could almost keep up, but it was just too much. This is just a healer. Yeah, we'll do the thing that I was thinking about. We'll warp off after this wave. Because I don't want to get caught in a spawn wave again. That's a little scary.
Enemy ships detected.
Autopilot engaged.
Okay.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
They're not right on top of me.
Warp drive active.
Okay, we have one ship here. I might as well warp it off.
Autopilot engaged.
We're under attack.
Warp drive active.
So they were at 40. Scary. Okay.
Fleet warp.
Okay, hopefully this doesn't put me right in the middle of them.
Warp drive active.
That's one of the many problems of warping out and having to warp back in. You could just put yourself right on top of them. Okay, felt the same as what we had.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Huh? They are starting their DPS. Thorax. Nope, I need to kill that destroyer. Nosferatu, I cannot have that. Okay, this one's going a lot smoother than the first one. But that is because they did not spawn right on top of me. Let's just go Vexer as the next thing I kill. And we'll leave the 2 Thoraxes. Very scary indeed.
We're under attack.
Just waiting to get within range. And that way all of our drones can actually do their job.
attack.
Yeah, let's give it a thought tonight and see how we're feeling about like which module would be best for these destroyers. Second repairer sounds really good. Afterburner might help.
Shield damaged.
We don't have any Nosferatus that we can put on currently, because a medium Nosferatu would reach, but a small does not. And a medium Nosferatu is Tech 5. No, there's certainly no right or wrong. But there are modules that are better for very specific situations. I'd like to have had a damage control. That would have been nice, but that's 10 days away.
We're under attack.
So maybe the second armor repair is the right way. And once we have enough to get our rigs... How did this one make... Oh, I get it. Okay, I know why. Once we get our 2 million or whatever to get our capacitor rigs, we should be able to run 2 armor repairs just fine. Oh, this is wave 3.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot engaged.
We're under attack.
Okay, so we're just gonna keep an eye on what's coming closest to us. Focus fire on that. Focus fire on that.
Shield damaged.
Focus fire on that. We're still too far away with this character. Need to focus on that Vexor as soon as I get a chance. No, what's webbing me? It's the catalyst. Never mind. Yeah, definitely looking better. They didn't spawn on top of me, so we're okay. Yeah, I just need this ship to start shooting something. Yeah, I think maybe the double armor repair might be the way to go. It seems more feasible than trying to run anything else right now.
We're under attack.
Okay, next is this, this, and this. And then after that, we damage the weak one. And then we go after the thorax. Yeah, this was certainly way better than the first one. Of course, I would probably not expect a new player to be able to do this on day 2. That seems a little ridiculous. But it is shown that it can be done with a little bit of experience and a whole lot of butt clench. And we'll do this next. And we've been running that armor repair, like, the entire time, and we're still okay on capacitor. Whew. Man, that was a little bit stressful there for a moment. Focus fire on that. Focus fire on that. Wait until we get close enough. Focus fire. Yeah. It was definitely an off-guard moment. I knew there was a possibility of things getting pretty hairy. I didn't expect it to get that hairy for a second day player. Alright. So there you have it. We moved up to the destroyers. We're getting better bounty picks. And we are rolling in the money now compared to what we were just not that long ago. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I double these really good bounty ticks from these. And we are gonna head to our home base in Perimeter.
Engaged. Autopilot engaged. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Now we went, spent literally everything we had this morning, and we got ourselves 3 new ships, upgraded those to the highest capacity we can at the moment, and now we've got more money than we've ever had in the game. And we've still got a little bit more coming in because we're waiting on the last bounty tick to come through. And we did not die.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I would highly suggest as a day 2 player to stay with normal missions. Don't try to do these crazy story missions, because they will get you. Just wait till you have some better ships to do them. Yes, we probably could have done that in the Tristans.
Warp drive active.
And certainly, if you're looking at doing them, thinking, oh, this guy on YouTube just did it, don't do it solo. That required me to have almost 300 DPS split between 3 different ships to barely make it through there. Alright, everybody. I think we were successful today, so that'll be it for day 2 of the Alpha to Omega. Like I said at the beginning, we'll be doing the first 7 days all in a row, so we can do all of the tutorials together. And then after that, it will be my somewhat normal content. We do have an update, I think, next week or the week after. Let's see if I can find it here. It was under... It was under... It talks about a new ship we're getting, by the way. Hey, those are bounty ticks. Get another one of those done. And we should have the weekly reset soon. I don't know if it'll be next week, but it sounds like they're planning something. Yeah. Dear pilots, as multiple store systems explorations have been connected, the explorer teams under the Expeditionary Fleet have brought back more information. The data on small, high-speed penetration bombers coincidentally aligns with the Integrated Department's plan to develop the 6th generation of small spacecraft. The Integrated Department has been in need of a type of vessel that can rapidly penetrate the interior or covert bases to locate important targets and carry targeted munition to strike these targets. The data from these explorations precisely meets the requirement for the development and construction of such a vessel. it is anticipated that in the near future, we will witness the birth of this ship. At this juncture, we sincerely appreciate exceptional efforts and steadfast support. So I've got two thoughts on that. It will either be a new kind of bomber frigate, targeted munitions. I'm not really sure what that entails, but that also kind of sounds like the Triglavian weapon system, where it is literally single target and it ramps up damage. But it could also be a carrier, and they're more referring to fighters, since they tend to refer to fighters as spacecraft. So, I don't know. I'm super interested. That could be cool. A tiny ship. Sounds awesome. People want small ship content. So we'll see how that goes. I may or may not pick it up, because, as you know, I am more of a battleship flyer than I am anything else. But we'll have a look at it and see if it's interesting. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you around. Probably tomorrow. Take care and be safe.